Hello, hello. That is probably the only time I get to hear that, because Disney is going to copyright it and I will have to erase it from the stream after it's posted. But for now, it's the Namos music from Andor Season 2. Just love that track for whatever reason. It's got a real nice bass loop in it. Anyway, there is a new update to Satisfactory. Get that over here. Turn the sound on. And off we go to the races. They have released the 1.1 upgrade. And this thing just talks about the 1. But they now have the 1.1.1 release, which has a bunch of new upgrades, which you can see in the background here. So they've done things with elevators, and they've done things with new materials and all kinds of stuff. I know they've also done a bunch of effects updates, and they've done a bunch of language updates, etc., etc. It's quite extensive. I, however, am going to continue the last playthrough. I'm not going to start a new one. I'm just going to continue from the last one. It's been like a month or more since I've been in here. Most of what we've been doing has been aesthetics. I'm glad I'm right here, because this reminds me the last thing I was doing was building a brand new power plant. I remember that. We've got our bauxite train going. The main plant is off over there. It looks like there might be some... Whoops. Hold on. I'm going to have to remember all my keys now. Put my hands away. There's a nub in the middle of the elevator there. I think that's new. I'm going to have to remind myself where I was at, because I was in the middle of doing quite a lot last time I messed around with this. But I remember working on this. This was my next big project, was maxing out, and I've moved all my notes around because of the because of playing Blueprints. So I don't even know if I still have my notes for where I was with this, other than we were going to take all of the fuel being generated by just one coal plant, and when I open this, I can't tell. It doesn't say anything. I think I might have done that one already. You can now get rid of these. Once they're empty, you can deconstruct them. So you can clean up areas. So nice. And you can actually get, like, materials for that, supposedly. What was that? Pick up leaves? No, I don't want to pick up leaves. So, I'm just going to assume that I remember what I was doing and continue building my next power plant. I need math. There's now a thing where you can put signs on these so you can see how many products are going past per minute. Alright, we've got one that's putting out 600 per minute. Right. About that. Why is this not straight? It probably would run it pound, so you just have to turn all the graphics way down. I've got mine running on max everything. I'm gonna put my task manager up and see where I'm at. Performance. Yeah, I'm on max everything, and I'm running 65% of my graphics card right now and half of my CPU. Anyway, so 600, and each of these uses 15 per minute. Holy fuck. Water is going to be an issue. I have to remember water this time. 600 divided by 15 is 40 of them. Go big or go home. Do I still? I do still have that in my. Nope, that's the wrong thing. 3. Thank you. I have run out of concrete. Just like that. What do I need to build them themselves? Oh, I got everything for that. Just build it over that foliage that's sticking through because nobody's going to be able to see it. Boxes. Thank you. Where is the hitbox? There you are. Thank you. So there's 10. We just need 30 more. Do I have concrete going into my pocket? Very, very slowly. One of the things they added is the ability to put splits into these pipes. So, assuming that that's already unlocked because I've already unlocked the pipes, hypertube junction. Now, I think I have to build like a separate thing in order to use that. So what I'm going to try, we'll get rid of this one and that one. Wrong button. There's going to be a lot of wrong buttons. So it does snap onto that. So I'm going to bring this part way back. What was the hold button? I can't remember hold. Is it H? Okay, it's H. Build. So now I've got 2 of these posts. So I want to snap this onto you. And onto you. That's terrible. I'm going to connect that to that. You to you. And you to you. It's not the prettiest thing, but supposedly I can control my direction in the tube, and I can make it more aesthetic later. I didn't even think about putting in a catwalk into this yet. For all that I've made it so pretty and perfect, I guess I'll figure that out later. But for now, I want to go get concrete. So I have no idea how to... Okay, that's how it shows you when you're coming up on it. So now you can use the hypertubes to go to more than one destination. So you can actually connect them together like pipes and use it like a network instead of having to have multiples. And also the new elevator feature eliminates my need for using hypertubes as an elevator, which is what I did last time. I'm not currently planning on taking out the hypertube elevators. I'm actually kind of proud of them. Woo! 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 They're fast and they're fun. Woo! Woo! Go to the hub. I don't need to go to the hub. The concrete's right there. But all of these can now be connected together if I so want them to be. Woo! And I still have my mega jump. Woo! You, sir, I want all your concrete. Now I'm currently extending nothing to the elevator because I don't really care about it. I feel like the atmospherics got an upgrade as well. They said they upgraded a lot of the animations, the particle systems. So like slugs are prettier now. Woohoo! These bad boys are all cooking along pretty good. Yeah, I kind of like my elevator because I got one on both sides. That top one's not aligned properly, but whatever. I didn't even check to see if there's anything else I should pick up while I'm sitting there. At some point I want to play a little more with the storyline because there's supposed to be a ton of new voice lines that have been added to the ADA. It is now nighttime. I need to keep an eye on my direction to make sure I go to the correct power plant. I don't know if it'll default to the last path used or not. I think it only activates... Oh, there we go. We can see it. Yes, it defaults to the last active path. And basically that just eliminates where I have to hop out and transfer myself to a different path. All right. If I'm going to have walls would be a good place to start. Because I can put power mounts on the walls. Double wall outlets inside and outside. If I... Well, those use those chips. They're kind of expensive. I could use these. They have 7 line connections, and that's enough. These things are going to want to turn on the second they're connected to a grid. Which I don't really want them to. But I want to get the lines set up so that I can keep my jetpack powered. So let's see. Give me a double wall outlet to go down here. I want to connect the outside to this. And it's going to be a little bit of clipping through that, but it's fine. Put one there. And one there. And one of them to connect to the inside. So there's a hair clipping there. I suppose I don't have to do that. I could go ahead, do another double wall outlet here. This thing has multiple connections, so just grab another connection, hook it up to the outside, and then hook up a second line to the inside. And then you don't have any clipping at all. So each one of these suckers can hold 7 connections, right? 7. So there's a lot of space here. I'm going to have to try and figure out a way to make it somewhat symmetrical for my own preference. So we're going to put one there. One there. Grab power line. This shouldn't be too far to reach. Good. And now in the bottom left, you can see that little circly thing that shows how close I am to a connection. See, it drains out there because I'm all the way away, but as I get closer to them, it recharges. So when I do this, now I stay connected. So, returning to foundations. We've built 10. Technically, I should make this into a blueprint, and then I could just stamp it down several times. But I don't want to. I want to do it the hard way, because the hard way is more fun. I have never used blueprints once so far. Whoops. That wasn't supposed to be there. Yep, did it again. Boosh, 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 boosh. Yep, did it again. Go there. Get rid of this. It mutes the volume every time I tab out of the game. That's interesting. I don't think it did that before. Anyway. Nope. Immediately stacked one. Oh. A creature's in the way. Aw, lizard doggo. A creature's in the way is like my absolute bane in this game. There we go. Damn it. Okay, I did that for a minute. Let's add some power plants. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 'kay, now we switch for walls, which is 8. Some of these I might add doors in later. Ah, I ran out of power. I'm too far. I'm too far away. I ran out of concrete. Okay, in power, we want the wall outlet Mark II. So if each of these can handle 7, and between these two, that one already has 2 connections on it, so it can have 5 more attached to it. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 just to get to where this one is. So I might as well put them every 5. And that will be even. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put it there. These ones aren't quite the same alignment, but it's close enough. Put that there. Grab a line off of it. Hook it up. Boom. Water is going to be a significant issue because of the limitations on how much water the pipes can take. These are Mark I pipes. That needs to be upgraded immediately because they can only handle 300 per minute. Each of these is going to need 50 per minute. So 5 times 4. Where did I get 4 from? This carries 300 per minute. So it's 50 divided by 300. Or 300 divided by 50. Is 6. That's enough flow max for 6 of them as is. So they all have to be upgraded. The Mark II has double the carrying capacity. Oh, I think the central ones are Mark IIs. My bad. It's the feeders. The feeders don't need to be Mark IIs. The feeders can be Mark I's. My bad. Yeah. The main trunk is already a higher mark. Why is that pipe not aligned? Oh, now it is. Now it's not. Now it is. Now it's not. Okay, we're going to have to do a lot more. I'm going to end up filling this entire pond. Get out of that. I'm going to end up filling these and all these ponds with water inputs. And that one is not going to work. I'm going to have a lot better piping system. And I'm going to have like a midway one. So how many pipes can I run with this sucker maxed out? Alright, maxed out with 3 slugs in it. This one by itself does 300. Which I just determined is enough for 6 plants. And I'm planning on having 40. So we're going to have to really, really up that. So what I need to think about is where along the line to add water pipes coming in. Oh. Because I can put a flotilla there. But I need to consider the amount of flow. Because if each of these handles 600 and one of those maxed out handles 300, then only 2 of those maxes that all out. And that's only one feeder. That's not even both feeders. I mean, they're plumbed into each other right now, but you'd need 2 separate feeders, one for each side, to maximize flow. And they can't be connected like this for it to work. Whee! Sploosh. There is a way I've seen how you can do this differently, but I'm actually not going to do that right now because I can max the ever-loving heck out of these suckers as they are. So then we just dump 3 slugs into this and max that sucker all the way out. That's 300 right there. We need 600 per pipe, so we need at least 2 per pipe to max out the pipes as they sit right here. that's not quite what I wanted. But it connects. And then we put a little power into them. And that maxes out those pipes. Or it will once I dump all my slugs into them. Boom. Now I need to be a little careful because power is a problem. Power is not a problem yet, but it could be. It could be, because that's the consumption line up there. If everything I currently have sitting was operating at the same time. Fortunately, once these reach pressure, they're all turned off. Right, so each of these pipes is now maxed out at 600. So these two supply pipes by themselves at 50 meters cubed. Oh, it's actually 45. It's lower than I thought, but that's fine. I'll do it based on 50. If I do it based on 50, each one of these pipes right now can handle 12 generators. So let's aim for 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's the entire bank right now on either side, plus one. No, 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 no. Bastard. I don't want you to auto-connect. I want you to sit beside it. How do I not do that? Hold left control. There we go. Sometimes you don't need the snap. Alright, let's start laying some junctions down. Well, that one's awkward. Oh well, it's just gonna have to be awkward. Which side of the junction would I prefer it's on? I think that one should be on that side, and this one can be in the normal spot. And this one's on a junction again. So I need you to go there. You to go there. And this one can go on. I guess technically it can go right through the junction. It doesn't really like it, but it'll do it. No one's going to see it anyway because conveyor belts will be sitting on top of it. Okay, and then we can do Mark 1s to connect them in just to save on resources. Okay, so we need 2 more power plants to finish this pattern. Okay, and that's 24 power plants right there. My dragon shut off again. Hold on a second. She's done that twice while I've been sitting here. I'm not sure why. I'm not dynamic enough in my head movement. If I'm not moving enough, it thinks it's not receiving data and it stops trying to see me, I think. Anyway, so that completes the pipe pattern. I could probably fix that, honestly, since it didn't matter where I put the junction on the other one. It's like right on it, though. It's not even giving me an indicator, so I'm just gonna eyeball it. Close enough. Right, so that's one set of 4 hydros. So now what we want to do is bring in a fresh set of pipes. So what I want to do is a wall hole first and foremost. We're going to do go ahead and do 2 so we can have separate pipes again. So what I need out of this is I need it to come straight through to about there. Oh, it got lifted, damn it. I don't want you lifted, I want you on the floor. Control. I think I'm too far away for this to give me any kind of a snap on this, but it looks like it's really right there. And this one I'm going to say is right there. A little further over, and I'm actually going to lift it vertical. It's not perfectly straight. but it's not horribly wrong. So ideally, I would actually disconnect that from the second set of feeder pipes so that they were individualized. I don't know if I want to have them separated or not. It might be a good idea to have the different sections have separate water inputs, because that has been an issue. But by the same token, I also know that having water coming in from both ends tends to make the water system more reliable, because that is an issue that I had with the other plant, was water reaching the far end, the last generators. So I think I'll go ahead and leave it connected for now. All right, how much concrete is in my pocket? The thing is, no, it's there. 359. And there it went. 8. Boom. Boom. Okay, those will be the first two of the new set. Do that one, but I can't do the other one because it's too close to the end. Okay, we need concrete, so I'm gonna have to run back to base and get concrete. Crash. And at some point, I may want to run a separate hypertube around the back side of this so that I don't have to fly all the way through it. So that's what I figured, 24 plants right there, because that's 12 aside. Is that what we decided? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, so that's 24 right there. So that's more than halfway. Okay, I'm gonna go get concrete. E. Why did you reset? I thought we had established you stay in the same as the last orientation. $187. I can't remember where all my concrete's going. It's been too long. And I can't just drop down a level and look inside because I've enclosed the structure. There's a door. Whee! Whoosh. Hey, shoosh. Walk in the door. For anyone who hasn't seen it, welcome to the inside of my master factory. Excuse me for a minute while I try and remember where anything is. This is Caterium. Whatever. Hey, look, concrete. You, sir, I want all of your concrete. They're still building reinforced beams, but it's not going anywhere because it's not being used anywhere. This one will take a while to fill. Let's just go ahead and fill it. Boom. You're full. Because this thing is full. Whoops. That was the wrong choice. Well, anyway, and the cyber box is full, but now I have almost 700 concrete, so that gives me something to work with for a minute. There's something to look at, that's for sure. But how's everyone else doing tonight? Having a good week? Having that is so convenient. And I get launched right through the door and into the factory floor. I haven't built 5 of them yet, have I? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, I haven't built 5 of them yet. I'm running into terrain. Terrain is going to affect my snap ability. That's actually quite annoying and irksome. I wanted this to be perfectly flat, but it's not lifted high enough. I'm going to have to make an adjustment. Especially if I need to build another, what is it, 24, 25, and 26 here. So I need 16 more? Gonna have to account for terrain. Which is annoying, but there is a fair amount of hill here, and the game does not support digging. It does not have controller support, though. So let's go steep. A creature's in the way. Well, could it not? You annoying creature. Damn it. You can stay. I was going to delete you, but you can stay. Yeah. Gonna have to do something about the creature. Unfortunately. Build that way, build that way. Oh, that went into the ground on the right side already. Oh, God. You're messing up my groove, man. Too wide is enough to at least put a pair of plants on top of it. I'd like it to be further than that. I haven't thought about building. If I try and put one here, will it just elevate, or does it just automatically go no? No, but it says it's clipping. H. It is lifted. It is lifted. Problem is it's hitting the terrain that's sticking through and causing it to turn. Okay, it did raise itself, but it is in alignment. You, sir, are going to have to go away. And I apologize. Didn't want to have to do that. Oh yeah, and there's new falling animations for trees now when you cut them down. They actually fall. Oh, not even close. When they're elevated like this and the size that these things are, it's really hard to tell. Goosh. Really hard to tell. See, that doesn't look aligned at all, but it is. That's misaligned. That's problematic. This one needs to go like a hair over if possible. Oh, it's like a pixel off. Come on. There. This one still doesn't like me. That's as close as it'll go. It's off slightly. Very slightly. And I'm gonna have to raise it up again. Crunch. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Those fly away when you cut their tree down now. And it's gone forever. Put the chainsaw away, you maniac. Okay, I want to do some temporary shit with the walls. So that's between power plants. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Go ahead and put it there. Shyster. The wrong button. Walls. U. 8. Okay, and what I can do now is get rid of the wall. And the power line will stay there. So if I want to put windows in later, I can. Because I haven't decided how I want the outside pattern to look other than the walls on the bottom. Alright, 6 down, and was it 10 more to go, I think? I've lost count. Because that's 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yes, 10 more to go. We're going to have to go up again because there's not enough room on that side. Foundation underneath it, so well, it's going to be clad, so I suppose nobody will notice. Straight into the hillside immediately. I've finally run out of reinforced iron plates. And I don't appear to be getting any of those put into my pocket, so I am going to have to go and get some. So sometimes that stays in the last configuration and other times it resets. As we've well figured out, Pound C, the creatures in this game have no regard for your factory whatsoever. Alright, I'm relatively sure that reinforced iron plates are below me. These ones are all making rods. These ones are making rods, but these ones are making sheets. So we need to go down a level. Reinforced iron plates, yes. And they are going where? Into a giant box! Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. I've still got 109 motors. I could get some more rotors while I'm here. I still have a bunch of stators. Alright, I have a bunch of stators. And I still have my original stairs in here. The train station is something I'm going to have to deal with as well because it is a mess. I'm really proud of the work we did last time with the train route, and apparently that has also been updated. It is now easier or more efficient or whatever to do. Boosh. The Hall of Power. Wrong button. Gonna be a lot of wrong buttons. Okay. So where am I at? 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I need 8 more. Six more. The creature's in the way. Ugh. Seven more. You're gonna make me hit you again. To do that. I think your little birds are really cool. I don't need you inside what will be my hall of power. Six more. Five. Four. Three. 2. One, two, three, 4, 5. All right, 2 more. How many are in this bank so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that'll be 9. 9 per side. Fascinating. Okay. Damn it. I'm right in front of it. Hello. Thank you. It's not so much like cutting them down as it is watching them explode. That one actually kind of fell. That's a very satisfying form of deforestation. It's entirely probably pointless because it's going to be clad. And there's our final two. So there's 24 in this double stack. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Did I do too many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I did. I have two too many, unfortunately. I kind of like that idea, so maybe I'll just replicate it with the final two. I'm just going to leave that there, actually. I'll just put these back where they were. Okay, so the main issue with this section is that it goes up, which means pumps. I'm going to need another set of water coming in the top. It's going to have to be pumped. So let's deal with the water before we go much further. Okay. So I'm going to need water. Because the water extractors can only go up so high, and my top level is kind of high right now. But I have enough slugs that I should be able to just max out everything. Which is kind of a waste, but it's easier. I'm going to have to get on the ground and do this. I don't have any power lines. I suppose I could just do some temporary power lines. Just so that I can use my hover pack. Ah! Got me, I'm under the water. Okay, that should be enough to keep me flying. I'm doing things. Why would you wrap around like that? Just connect to the top. You to the bottom. Minimal clipping. Pipe is too long. Understood. The right one the top one, so I'll make the right one the top one again. Okay, this side of the crater is where we're going to need pumps. At the moment, I don't care. What I want are extractors. So we need 4 per pipe set. So it's 2 per pipe. And I'm out of rotors. Let's go ahead and do that. That. You're going to be weird again. Fine. Oops. You're also going to be stupid. But more stupid. So I'll just put it here. There you go. That leaves 2 open slots on this one. Just upgrade it again. And now it has 5. So, I need rotors so that I can build more of the pumps, or more of the extractors. Speaking of the extractors, I can build the pumps. Okay, those also need power. Surface is too uneven. Nice. So actually, as long as I'm out here, I could probably just connect you to this, and then I can disconnect that one. This is not so high that I think I should need more pumps than that. At any rate, it's time to go back for yet another rotograb. Oh, they changed the sound they make. That's interesting. New sounds. Right. Right. Boom. I'm a little low on those. I'm going to grab some. I need concrete while I'm here. I'm down to 1 in my pocket. I probably got more over here. Not much more. 111. I did not want wood in there. I don't want the wood in there. Fine, take the wood. If you're gonna take it, take all of it. Anyway, so I should get the rotor stator things and also concrete. I don't remember where anything is in my own factory. Nope. Give me all your rotors. I need rotors for extractors. Okay, I got plenty of that. Now I just need the concrete. Nope, I went down. Nope, don't go down again. Go up. Go up. Thank you. Hiya! Give me all your concrete. I'm gonna need a lot more than that. But, is this as fast as you can go? Upgrade the belt. Unimpressed. Upgrade the belt. More. More! Why are you still slow going down in there? Where's the belts? Belts. You. Do this. In fact, do all of them. Why are you still so slow feeding in there? Everything is a 4. That's why. Because that's not... I don't really need a smart splitter. Just a normal splitter will do. There. Now it's fast. Much better. Efficiency. Okay, I have a bunch of concrete and I have rotors. Let's go. Boosh. Bye, main factory again. I'll see you soon. Wow, the particle effects for some of those slugs go for a lot longer distance now than they used to. It makes them much more visible. And flump through the front door. Look at that. It's not even finished and it looks so pretty. Okay, back to the pumps. Well, the extractors. These aren't even the pumps. Okay. Now back these up as tight as it'll let me, which is not very tight, unfortunately. Jesus, what object was I clipping with? There we go. Let's put a mile out to sea, why don't we? Excellent. Take you there, and you there. And then we'll throw some junctions in, because that works actually a lot nicer than what I did over there, let me tell you. Alright, and electrify these biatches. Yes, Pouncy, I'm very pleased with how well this is coming along. Even just from that power plant, it's a significant improvement. Because this time I remember to factor in the water supply. Okay. Do I have enough slugs? That's 24, I think 24 slugs between all of these. Why are you red? Something got done wrong with this one. I don't know what exactly, but something. There we go. It got powered. Oh, I see. I was going to say, it got powered to the wrong place. Okay. So that should be all the water I could need. Because technically this set here and that set there, I think are enough to run the entire thing. So all of this is redundancy, and I can actually probably turn down one of these sets. Because if I figure these suckers, they're doing 300 a piece, 600 per pipe. And we figured that 600 per pipe could handle 12 power stations. So if I just look from the top, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, right there. So I could turn the middle ones down and use them to supplement the inner group there and the inner group here. They probably don't need to be fully slugged up. They're acting more as a redundancy than anything. I'll leave it all, the rest of it there in case I need it. So let's go ahead and finish hooking up all the pipes. That does clip a bit. Let me just go ahead and bring you here. Really? Why? I did not tell you to bend. Why are those the options? Come over here and park yourself there. Okay, so the main issue I'm seeing is that these pipes are not filling up. They should be, and they are not. Oop, that one is. It's filling up from the bottom, though. It's not coming from over here like it's supposed to. So clearly we still have an issue with the pumps. I hate pumps. Well, that top pipe has nothing in it whatsoever. I think the reason the bottom pipe does is because it's being pushed in from the bottom. Why are you not pumping at all? Head lift 0, recommended 50. This pipe is empty. But this pipe is not. Explain yourself. Okay, we're going to try a different placement. That looks like it's working. Yeah, see, head lift 18.3. That looks like it's working better. It's hard to tell because the water's only filling the pipes. It's not really going into anything. All we're doing right now is filling the system. Okay. Gotta compromise the symmetry on some of this because of the hill. Alright, so every one of these are going to fill up with water now. And all the pipes are flowing, so that is fantastic. So do I already have, or is it an unlockable? Because I don't know if it works on the pipes. I know it probably works on the belts. And I'm guessing it's an unlockable I have to buy through the store, which would be a label to show the flow rate on the outside. All right. Go away. Go away. The main structure of the Hall of Power has been completed. Now I have to do the coal. Now the coal is going to have to come in from one end. And these two on the end might struggle. So I'm actually going to go ahead and turn them down by 25% each. That will reduce the amount of coal they need. And the idea being hopefully that they will run continuously and not do the start-stop thing that I had going on the other side, because I only have one input for the coal. And it's this double set of belts. That's it. I'm going to have to redo this pipe. I don't like it. I can move it to the underside. That's better. Do that one too. There. Now it doesn't have a weird bump in the middle of it. That should all be Mark V belts, just for maximum luck of this working right. Now, I could stack these belts, but I'm not going to. The hard part is going to be getting them to go straight. A little bit of a gap. Okay, that looks like it matched up reasonably well. Okay, now we got, whoops. Now we got to go up the slope. Oh, the clipping. It's not gonna match. If there's coal on the belt, you might not be able to see it. Alright, that's the main belt set. Now for all the feeders. Now what I could have done would have been like an over-under for both the water supply pipes and for the coal supply. They could have all just been stacked. Could have been. But this is the design I went with. And I'm just super hopeful that these all connect in the end, because like there's an issue there. So that's going to require it be put there. This one can go on the slope, but I can't tell where across is. So it may not connect. That one's on the slope and won't let me build, but it'll let me build it there. That one's really on the slope. So let's try it here and see if we get lucky. Well, it goes red right as I hit the level. Okay, these twos or ones? I don't know. What are you? You're a Mark III. I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of them in Mark III. And the coal will start filling these up immediately. This one's going to be a stretch. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. How much can I screw with this? Technically, that works. Where's all my coal? Oh. Give it a bit. It's coming. Mark 3, please. Thank you. Okay, you will work. You will work. You will work. You're gonna work. So we only had to play Ring Around the Rosie with one so far. Really? Belt is too steep on this one too, huh? Okay. At least they match. Alright, now those are all filling up very slowly with coal. Fantastic. Fantastic, Mr. Bombastic. Alright, now I'd like to try and do the catwalks, etc. Which is this stuff. But I'm going to have to start with some ladders, I think, instead of just a ramp. Because this is too close. So let me see if I can at least get like a starting structure up. Still kind of low. Maybe instead of a metal beam, I need, or a metal pillar, I need an I-beam, because those are height adjustable. So that was a bit too high. Okay. So what I can do from there is plop a walkway on top of it. And theoretically, I could put a ladder here. I have to remind myself, I don't actually need to use it. It's just aesthetics. Clipping already? Already? We're getting clipping? I wasn't really ready to lift it. I wanted to go all the way to the end, but I don't really want the clipping either. Wait, why did you do that? No. Okay, here we can go up. I've run out of steel or metal rods. It's like half finished technically, but boy is it something to look at. Whoop. Not what I want. Gonna get some steel rods, etc. Okay, what else do I need? I have lots and lots of sheets, and I currently have lots of concrete and steel beams. Okay, we're good for a minute. I have all the things at the moment. What accent did I do? I wasn't even paying attention. I wore a theater boy, kind of accents. Which is funny because I didn't care about acting. I like doing behind the scenes stuff. I did lighting, I did sound, I did prop design, did a little bit of stage direction. My problem with accents is that I can do all kinds of crazy shit and I can't maintain it. I drift. Unless I'm around somebody who has an accent and then I end up mimicking theirs. Well, the particles around those guys are new. Around the poison flowers. I probably didn't need 2 junctions there. That was probably entirely unnecessary. Skidoosh. Alright. We're going to start cladding the walls. Sort of country? Could have been. Little bit of country, little bit of satin. Why there? No. Bad. 8. Here. Clad the outside, make everything yellow. I like the double banks of windows, so I might do the double banking again. In which case, this one is solid. Okay. I'm saying some light would be very helpful right now. There's a gap there. Come on. Thank you. I'm going to fill that gap. Okay, I don't know if I wanted one there. No, I want one there, but not here. 8. Aesthetics. There's such a tiny gap. Base outside is clad. So now I gotta pick some windows. I don't think I've done the hex frames yet. What did I do on this one? Maybe they should match. Okay, the lower panes are the triple wides. These. Why would you go there? Again, the snap system sometimes. Why? Why can't I even... There we go. I'm like, I can't even lock onto it to get rid of it. Wow. 6. I forgot these take silicone. Or silica, I should say. I'm burning through it really rapidly. Boom. Now I'm out of silica. I've got a lizard dog stuck inside my power plant. It isn't actually touching the ground here. Down. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay, so I need silica and I think I have rods going into my pocket. No, I have pipes, but not rods going into my pocket. So I need silica and steel rods. It's so much faster going back. Boosh. Give, 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 and heck of it. Just give me some more. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I forgot steel rods, damn it. I was thinking about silica. And boom. Do. No. I'm throwing up my groove, man. Probably gonna have to cut that tree down. You did it again! No! Okay, so at the jump here, the back half of the back, I don't know, quarter of the building is going to have to be different than the front. So let's go ahead and prep another solid band, and yes, this tree is going to have to go, I think. No, down. And it explodes into a million pieces. 8. Use the hotkeys. That's what they're for. Off the tree! Up. Okay, I want to move the power lines up. I want them in the same places, but I want them higher on the wall. So you can go there. And the reflections in the glass are very nice. Okay, let's go ahead and connect those. Oh, come on, just grab it. Thank you. I'm going to want to run lights, so I might need a second circuit for lights. Let's get rid of the lower one. I'm going to actually just go ahead and get rid of these, and then we'll get rid of the lines. Do that on the other side. One more. All right. Let's see. What did I do for the upper upper windows on the other one? Okay, it's number 4 is what I used previously. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that pattern. Not on the tree! Alrighty. is going to take a minute. Oh, missed one. Missed another one. I was on a good groove there for a second. There was a tree in the way. I'll name it after Jeremy Clarkson and call it Power! Why did you go there? Ha ha, you can't get in this time. Ha 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 ha. That tree's clipping in a little bit too. Why? Why would you do that? Snap, snap. Snap, snap. Snap, snap. Not snap. Snap! Snap! Golden! Dooby 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 doo doo boop 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 doo 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 doo. I'm going to have to power these on so I can see how much of an area they cover. Okay, and there's an in and an out to this. Okay, the big one is to the lights. Understood. Hold on. To you to you. No empty connections. Ah. Okay. Alrighty. I should have more than enough for these. I'm trying to judge the width, because they've got fairly wide arcs, which I can barely make out because it's daylight. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, put them every fourth window. Nope. Yes. Every fourth window. Or would that technically be every third? I'm counting as the previous light being window number 1. Boosh. Right, I wonder what that's doing to my power grid. Lights use a lot of power. You can see little steps in the consumption line. That's the max of everything I had was turned on. But since I'm not running every one of my production lines, I'm below production capacity right now. So when I switch this baby on, and I actually want to, oh no. I was gonna disconnect it, but then if I disconnect it, then I can't. Well, I could disconnect it. I could totally disconnect it, turn one of them on, and then all the internal power will be turned on. That's a good point. So if I just do this, I'll hurt myself. But if I turn one of these on, it blows instantaneously. Why did that happen? Uh-oh. Why did that happen? I wasn't attached to anything important. This is supposed to be an independent system. Because it's not attached to that. All of this is running fine on its own. Why did turning this one on immediately kill it? I only tried to turn on one generator. Are the lights alone too much for one generator? It's the only thing that's attached. And of course, the conveyor belts, or the belt, whatever, is just far enough away not to hit these. Right, I have to connect them. If I connect a couple of them together, then hopefully that will be enough to run the lights. God, lights must use a lot of power. It's 6 megawatts a piece. This is supposed to produce 75 by itself. Wow. These lights use a lot of fucking power. I turned on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 generators just to turn the lights on. Oh my god. Can I? No? Okay, well I can do it on this. But you can see the capacity there. And because these numbers are so low, you know it's separated from the rest of the power grid. Yeah, I needed at least 4 of them in order to run. If I turned off one more, it would probably break. I just want to be able to connect it all to the main system in one go. The problem is the second you connect a power line to these things, they turn themselves on. So, as long as we're in here, let's just go ahead and do that. Let's hook them all up. I can't wait to see how much power all of this generates. see, I did 3 with this one. I'm going to make it symmetrical, so I'll do 3 with this one. We've turned on a little more than half of them. And we're already at 1,600 megawatts. I know I could do the math and say 75 watts times 40, but I'm still just going to wait and see. It's kind of amusing listening to them start up. It's actually very pleasing. The startup noise as they cycle on. And now we'll have a good idea if I have enough water as well. Oh, speaking of water, I missed one. There we go. The coal is completely full, all the way to the end. Lots of water. So we're now making 2,800 megawatts. 40 of these suckers running simultaneously. Look at that. This might be one of my prettiest things I've done so far, which is funny because it's a power plant. The power plant's actually really easy to build. Overall. Okay, so let's start thinking about the roof. Oh, I'm still in photo mode. Start thinking about the roof. Wow. That just fits over those lights. This stuff right here is why this game is called Satisfactory. Come on, I need you to... I need you to... There we go. up there. Nice, nice, nice. And now we got something to build off of. We can go even faster. I would like to remind the audience at home watching this that all 40 of these power plants are running off of a single coal miner. One. It has 3 slugs in it, but it's one miner. Okay, for aesthetics, let's go ahead and do the same slope again. What I'd really like is a skylight in the middle, but I don't really have the ability to do that. I might be able to buy it from the shop, because I really would enjoy having like a glass ceiling in the middle. So I'm going to run back to the shop and see if there's any options that would match that. It is so nice to look at. And I could connect this hypertube directly in to the hob if I wanted to, now that we have junctions. Walls, architecture. Here's our personnel elevator. Structural cable. There's structural frames, which includes a glass frame foundation, which is the closest I'm going to get. So let's grab that. Ooh, ventilation is the thing now. Buy it. The signs might be in management. They have these conveyor belt or conveyor wall holes now you can put anywhere you want. Here's the throughput monitor. I don't know if I can afford that. And I don't know if it'll work on pipes. Probably not. I can afford it. Buy all.
Humans have long practiced delegating work that strains and tires them to machines. It is their best achievement. Simple counting and short-term memory are often among such challenges, which the conveyor throughput monitor is specialized in. Simply add it to any belt, and it will tell you its throughput after only 1 minute.
It would be fantastic if you could make that work on a pipe, just to read out the flow without having to look at it. But I mean, it's a nice feature to have on some of these larger projects, so you can really... Oh, I can slide. I'm falling. It's okay, I have a jetpack. Yeah, on some of the larger projects, being able to like glance at a belt and see what the throughput is instead of trying to calculate it, which is exactly what that thing is for, super helpful. I might try and use the elevator at some point, but I like my manufactured elevator that I made, so I'm not in a hurry to try it. So it does come out in slate gray. And coloring it does not do anything. So that is a downside to it, is that you can't... You can't color it. They're also not really attaching to the roofs. They almost are. Let me try redoing them. Because there's a tiny, tiny little gap. But now that I've done that, I don't really want them... Oh, it put in portals! Why did that one get... Oh, no, it's not a portal. It just looks like one because it matches right with the top of the structure. Oh, that would have been cool if it had put in ports in all of them. I would have left it there, but now I don't want it. I want it one further over. I think. I want it over the center, maybe? I'm not sure. Well, if I put it along the stacks, then it's on either side. I missed a piece of roof over there. I'll leave it on the side, and we'll see what I think of it as I go along. Walls, foundations, architecture, 2-meter roof. Glass frame. So that would definitely be something I would prefer to have added in, would be like a skylight roof as an option that would behave like a roof panel, and preferably in a full pack so that you could have all of the angles that you get with all the other roof sections. Look how good that looks in the dark with the lights coming on. No! Look how nice that looks all lit up. It even leaches out the side and reflects on the ground. Oh, that's awesome. It's a little dark in the middle still, but that is something. Why are you off? Why don't you have any coal? There's coal available. Why is none going into you? Okay, we're having that problem with this that I've had before. It's a glitch where it like doesn't snap onto the mother belt properly. And see, it did it again. Close that. I don't know why that happens. I've noticed that happens has happened a couple times. Because it looks like it's snapped on. Conveyor belt is too steep. Well, you're just a jackass. Invalid belt shape. Come on! All the rest of you guys are behaving yourselves, but you were gonna be a bitch about it. And if I move it over an inch, invalid belt shape. There! Now that's got coal going in. Anyone else with a red light? You have a red light. Same problem. It is some kind of a glitch where the splitter just doesn't quite adhere to the belt. And consequently, it won't function. And I think the issue here is I think there's a... I think there's... Yeah, there's a joint right there. And I think that's part of the issue, is like it hits a joint and then it will not cooperate. Why is that invalid? Everything else in here is so pretty, and you're going to be an absolute pain in the butt about it. Too steep. Why? Why is that? The belts in this game are sometimes just the single most aggravating things. Great, you have a great ugly curly Q, but at least you work. Anyone else? Green across the board. I had to have at least one of them mess up the symmetry. Or at least some of the symmetry, but... at least it functions. So that boosts us up to almost 3,000 megawatts. And yeah, the gray does kind of work with the smokestacks. I like having the double band of skylights as opposed to single, double in the middle. God, that damn tree. This end of the building is done. I like how I incorporated the power pole right into it. Though I might actually recolor the power pole because you can't really tell. No, that didn't do it. Okay, drastic measures. Pink. That way it stands out a little bit. Teal. Boy, that is very, very yellow buildings. The roof is actually high enough, I think, to cover these if I wanted to, but I gotta figure out my other thing that I'm doing first, which is these. Oh, that's one off from fitting. Maybe I move them over then. Still love how these are designed to look like batteries. I think that's funny. Okay, there's 12 of them there. I'm going to put 12 of them on the other side. Oh, you son of a bitch. You jump over one square. I ran out of wire. Oh! Okay, while the wire is recharging, I have cable. That clips. I don't want it to clip. Okay. How much copper do we have now? 141? It takes 100 to build one of these. Gonna have to go and get more copper. Gonna. It's not quite the shape I want. I might just have to go ahead and do a steeper one, and that's not steep enough, and that's the steepest roof. Okay, so these walls are going to have to be straight up higher, ironically. can take these out and borrow some materials from them. Not that materials generally is an issue right now. Tree! Okay, give me 7. That power plug barely fits in a way that doesn't look stupid to me. Those back. And I could just actually put in a solid one there, probably. It doesn't exactly line up is the problem. Because I need it to snap to this one, but that one's not on the same level. It's like 50% higher. So I would have to build it down from here. I could do that actually right here. Rid of those for now. And that will block it off from the front. I'm missing a window. How am I missing a window? 7. Window. How are we doing on wire? I can build 2 more. So now that we have elevation, I want to try and get the roof above it. Roof. Snap to the top, please. Thank you. That is super close. I don't know. I might just go ahead and do the outer edge up 1 more brick. I will just go ahead and do a basic wall, 1 meter. And that should be enough for the clearance. creates an issue there, unfortunately. It leaves a gap there. I could technically do that with it. I have a better idea, actually. I have this. It's not perfect, but it's better than what was. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this cladding across here. Okay, and that will give me the elevation that I need. I can do a 4-meter roof. And it will come in above the level of the power connections. Pop one of those in on the corner. How is that going to translate over here, though? It technically clips, but it's passable. There is a ledge there, but I'm going to leave it. It's not the worst looking thing in the world. Am I missing windows on the ground? Of course it is. Oh, it clips on the back! Oh yeah, I see it. So it's too close to the back wall. Okay, so we won't have to have. We can't have a sloped wall, a slope on the back because it's too close. Noted. I can do this on either end. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna put one here. So these ones can have the doubles. The double wide. All the way to the back. And then I'm going to send them this way here. Why? Why? You were snapping so nicely. Just do that. Alright, and because of that, we're doing a flat roof on this line. I don't want to do that side yet. I want to put the rest of the batteries in first. Okay, before I completely lose my ability to move around in here, do I want to figure out some lights? Probably just go ahead and do ceiling lights in here, since it's a much lower ceiling. That clips right through into the skylights because it's too damn big. Yeah, it looks reasonably even. Yeah, that's going to clip straight outside. Around the batteries, please. Thank you. Very, very hard time telling if that's even or not. These lines are going to clip. That I need this wall. I could probably go ahead and just shove an inversion in there. Once I remember where they are. Like that. Perfect. So theoretically I could put another overhead light somewhere in here. You know what I would like, Pouncy? I would like to have like smaller street lights as an option. Whoops. Wrong buttons, damn it. Because right now we have the wall-mounted light, which is massive. The floodlight tower, which is massive. The ceiling light, which is massive. They're all huge. And I actually wouldn't mind having some smaller lights that you could put on like pathways and stuff. Like street lights. I feel like street lights might even be a thing. Honestly, I'm going to go look. Since I have to wait for copper wire, and I should probably just pick up some copper wire anyway. Ah, my dragon is off again. Hold on. Why are you off again? Reset, please. Thank you. Anyway, I'm going to go and check and see. I need to get copper anyway. I'm tired of waiting for it, even if I only have 3 more batteries than I want to build, but... Whoosh. Whee! Segway. Because I feel like streetlights was in fact an option that's already in the game. But I think they're like tall streetlights, like for an actual street. First off, let's get copper. Copper, copper, copper. Now I have lots of copper. Street light. All it has is one street light in it. Add to cart.
Go for that extra purchase. Go
Basic
also.
shelf. So what can I do? See, it's a pre-built. It's shorter. It is shorter. So I might be able to do something with that. Whoosh. But there's only the one, and that is something that would be nice, is if I could have some more options on just like basic streetlights. And other smaller lights for tighter areas. Because that was the thing with the overhead lights from the very beginning. I couldn't believe how big they are. And they actually are very, very directional to what's directly under them. Which means you need a lot of them. And they tend to be kind of expensive, and they do use a fair chunk of power. As I demonstrated when I tried to turn on just the plant without having it connected to the grid. It's funny, one of the things I was going to do in this playthrough was have separated grids. And instead, I've just made an absolute overabundance of power production. pretty much from the start. Look at that! It looks so cool, and he gets shot straight in the front door. So there's no height controls on these, like, at all. I like where this is going. Is that power line super fucking low? It is. Okay, that power line's gonna need to be done differently, because that's not gonna work. Oh my god. Yeah, that one's not high enough either. The whole lamppost isn't really high enough. Nope. Spot where these two suckers meet. bring that up a little bit. Can I attach a street light? Yes, I can. Directly on top of that. Yes, Pouncy, yes, I could have. Yeah. Still too tall. That's better. Alright, take two. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Take that down. Take that down. Where do I want to go? I need to be looking at this, so I should probably just do it as I go along. Select, thank you. And I shouldn't do it that way either. I mean, yes to the overheads. But I should just put a thing in front of each pole. So like you to you, then grab this, and we'll walk down to this one, stick it straight above it, grab it, connect to this, get rid of that. Nope, that. There, and then just do that all the way down. That would be the cleanest way to do it. So thank you. So grab you, walk down to the next power pole, street lamp. Stick this thing directly above it. Oh my God, grab it. Thank you. This one needs to be lifted because it's too close to the ground. That looks better. Okay, now these need to be connected to one of these. So that it's powered by the same light switch. And just like that, it's like real streetlights. There's like that gap between them when they're a little dim. Not too bad. Alright, so if I wanted to try and shove those suckers back in here somehow. What might be the best way to do it? Down. Right now, the best way to do it might be to remove the roof so that I can access the space. I'm going to do that. I'm going to remove the roof so I can access the space. Since I have no clearance whatsoever. Okay, and as long as I'm here, I build the last of these. And make sure everything's plugged in. So yeah, the street light is about the same height that these suckers are. So I could probably shove one right there. Why is that smaller than that? Ah, they're in the wrong spot. Fantastic. Hold on, I gotta move these. They need to be a block further back. Which I think is right there. Yeah. Plug them back in. And get back to my street light. Okay, if I go too much further that way, then it's going to be weird. But the overhead light is there. Can I shove one more right here? Be a little bit cheeky. Now connecting them to the lights, the rest of the lights. So I gotta come over here and grab you. I don't think that needs to be there, honestly. Not there. I mean, it's sort of faux structure for the other two spots to hold the lights up. Oh my god. So slidey when I'm flying. Oh my god. Okay, I need to put the roof back on now so that I can see what I'm doing. I can put that much on and then I can switch back. Okay, so that can handle 3 and there are 3. So you... There. That's not bad. It won't light every corner, but that's not bad. I like that. Okay, let's finish putting the roof back on. And finish this bad boy up. Nope. I like that this is purely aesthetic and doesn't require any power whatsoever. Purely aesthetic. And it's done. I love how the light leaks out of the windows at night and lights up the ground outside. Behold this monster I have created, which I'm sure is nothing compared to some other people's builds. I, however, am very proud of it. I love the lighting effects. Right. So there was one thing I forgot to do. I want to finish it. God, this looks so cool. It looks like a legitimate factory. Because I didn't finish the catwalk up here because I think I ran out of... And I have it now. There's a bird in here. And I could go like I did in the other one and add a bunch of pillars underneath all of this. All of the catwalks. I think I'm going to leave them. I am not totally sure. I might leave them. Some of these parts are pretty well exposed. Why? Why did you do that, you dumb son of a... Go this way. Okay. Look how well lit that is from this side. That is a thing. A thing to behold. All of my pictures from this game are all of power plants. Every single one of them. See, if I do it that way, it looks a lot less floaty. A player's in the way, okay. I'm sorry. Whoa, I got launched by that belt. Holy crap. This side has pipes in the way. So I can do that, and then it's sitting on top of the pipes. Okay. That's a little less floaty. Damn, that was too high. Oh well. Try again. Technically that fits. Okay, finishing touches. Wow, look at that view. I just love it. I just love it. Right, so these two are at the very end. How are you guys doing? Absolutely fine. Turn you all the way up to 100 and let's see how you handle it. That puts us up to a full production of 3,000 megawatts. And plenty of coal. Plenty of water. The sun is coming up. I'm very happy with that build. This is the sort of pretty darn close symmetric construction that I wanted to do in the first power plants that I built on this run through and didn't quite achieve. This one's not perfect because of the steps at the back. But if anything, the steps kind of add to it in a way. And then there's also these belts. So it's still not totally perfect, but it is something else. Turn night mode on and then they shut off during daylight hours. Change the colors. turn them off and on. They must have updated the lighting effects as well, because that natural lighting even looks really cool. And again, that's 40 coal plants running simultaneously. And this is the coal feed right here. It goes around our older plant. And out of this one mine. And it's not even a Mark III. It's a Mark II with 3 slugs in it. And as long as that belt, and you can just make it out that it's technically jittering and stopping to my left, each of those stops means that the miner is slightly ahead. But I calculated precisely for 600 per minute. And you can see it's working really hard to maintain it. Which is why I had the back 2 turbines turned down, was to make sure that there was enough coal to go around. So yeah, we got rid of the big L shape. We have one straight building, but it still has the steps in the back. I like having the space for the battery packs. And also, instead of an absolute menagerie mess of the water extractors, for anyone who hasn't seen it, let me come down here and show you inside. All these water extractors just willy-nilly all over the place, including these ones here. And the new plant has these nice setup. And instead of cutting through the building like they do over there, I've got ports set up on this one. It's very nice. All right. It's time to connect it. So there's 3,000 megawatts inside there. And I'm going to connect it to the grid. Boom. And you can see the gray line just jumped way above max consumption, because the capacity just now went up to 7,000 megawatts. So even if every machine I had was running, it wouldn't overload again.
You've got mail.
Fammy the cat, thank you for the follow. I am playing on PC. Sorry I missed your messages. I've been kind of zoned in. The game does have, I think it's full-on console support, and it definitely has controller support now, because it didn't have controller support before. So we're playing the new 1.1 update and having a good time with it. And it's super, super yellow. I am thinking about playing with the colors a little bit. just to spice it up, why don't we put some colors on it, huh? Boom. My gameplay goes all over the place. I tend to play a lot of nostalgia games. I've got racing games, mystery games, sim games, shooter games, so just whatever I feel like. No! I got it wrong. Where's my yellow? There we go. It's a lot more annoying when you click the wrong button on this one. Oh, that cut. Yes, right in there. I like it. I like it. Well, no wonder I missed your messages. I don't have the multi-stream on OBS right now. There we go. Now I have all the messages. Work versus streaming is kind of interesting for me because I used to drive truck and now I'm driving bus. I do school busing, and of course school is out for the summer, so I'm out for the summer. I do still work, but I don't have like regular hours. And I might be gone for like a couple days at a time on like a trip or something, but when I'm gone, I'm just gone. It is what it is. I don't make any money off of the streaming. I just like streaming when I play video games. Helps get me into video games. Helps keep me kind of social. Yeah, I like that. I currently live in Idaho, is where I'm residing. Hold on, I wasn't done with this. I want to go down. I don't know if I want to paint that whole piece or just... Well, I don't really have another spot, do I? It's either do all of these. Yeah, I'll do those. I like the color combination. It is a nice place. I don't care for the politics, but it's a nice place. Well, I have 0 goals. Like I said, I stream kind of as a hobby. If it ever takes off, then awesome sauce. Oh, this side never got finished getting cladded. Oh my god. There's a giant gaping hole. Oh, damn it. Over here that I need to fix. But yeah, I don't really have any goals on Twitch or on YouTube. I'm streaming on both at the moment. It's just a case of if it takes off, then awesome. Otherwise, it's kind of just nice to hang out and share what I'm up to. There's another hole right there. There we go. Go back to my color swatch. you start talking about Discord, I'm gonna stop talking in general. You get too many Discord farmers showing up on my channel. Yeah, it's a nice spot of color to it. Now it's not just bright, crazy yellow. It's got some character. Did I do both parts of that on the other side? No, I just did the one strip and called it good. Okay. I'm gonna color the fans just for the hell of it. Yeah, I'm gonna go inside and do the street lamps too. Ah! Are there any other holes I missed? Okay, I want this. I'm gonna try and do just some stuff like the lamps in here, just for sort of contrast. Because some things like these already have the extra color, so not everything needs it. Yeah, keep trying, Pouncy, because it is, I think, just completely randomized. Alright, down the central corridor, turning them all blue. Turn these pillars blue as well. It's not a huge adjustment, but it definitely adds... It adds a little pop. And to think, my first playthrough, I never colored anything. It was all default colors the entire time. Love it. I love that you can see the colors on the outside, on the inside as well. So you get the stripes both ways. Yeah, honestly, I don't play the lottery either. It's funny, I had a scratcher ticket here from Christmas. It's sitting on my desk. It's worth $2, and I've been meaning to take it and cash it since Christmas. And I haven't yet. It's still sitting here. I know I methoded this out to begin with, but seeing it completed is so satisfying. Ah, sweet Satisfactory. I like the skylights. I like the lighting situation. I like the look. I like the colors. I don't know why the ladders are specifically that color, but it's fine. Very, very happy with it. Now, I think I already checked this, but I cannot take this thing and stick it on this. No, it only works on conveyors. I pretty much figured, but I had to check. Maximizing the flow out of these suckers. Ah, the quiet. Yeah, that's a nice pop of color. I like that. Boom. Take another picture. Fammy, I appreciate your interest, but if you keep plugging your Discord, I'm going to mute you. Very, very nice. For anyone who didn't see, this is my second to original. Let me get out of photo mode. Second to original power plant. So we've got the batteries here. You've got the coal input here, which is coming from over there, and then there's a second one there that's going to the other end. You can see more of the massive, crazy water extractor situation. We've got ceiling lights in this one, and I didn't utilize any ceiling or wall power at all. They're all poles, and they're all Mark 1s. So there are poles everywhere. And there are water extractors everywhere. But I came down here so far, and then there was like a hill there with stuff on it, so I stopped building in that direction and started building in this direction. I ended up with one elevated level and one main level. And there's these water pipes just kind of clicked in all over the place because I was struggling to try and get my water situation. Because I was so careful with the math for the coal, and then I forgot entirely that I needed to do the same thing for the water. So there's overhead lights throughout this one. And it doesn't look too bad. There's a few things. And then you get down here, and then there's this. Because there was another space problem with the rock out there. I love the reflections on the windows. They must have updated that. Some of my pillars aren't straight. Some of them come through the catwalk. Some of them don't. But my process is definitely improving. And I mean, you can see that even in looking at the main factory plant, because I have the same problems with it. Because when I first built the factory, the main factory plant, nope, I don't want to go that way. I didn't measure out any of the floors, so some of the floors are too close together and some of them are probably too far apart. But if I'm honest, when I started this playthrough, a month and a half, 2 months ago or more, I didn't plan on building floors at all. The floors came out of necessity. So, you can see that I have all these floors because I put the elevator into them. My homemade elevator before the elevator was evolved. But this floor up here was where I started. And my plan was never to build floors. I built a sort of staircase, which is inside here, because I needed a way to get to the bottom before I could fly. So that I could put... I originally had my power plant on this grid down here because I could run it off the water there, and I had coal out there. So I built the stairs as a necessity to get up and down from the ground to where I was building. I didn't plan on adding floors. I planned on just extending this out forever. Just a massive, endless grid as far as I could get it to go. And quickly realized that as long as I was still technically playing survival mode, that was going to be more work than it was worth. So I did not end up pursuing it. I got this far, and then I started building floors down, not up. So all of this cladding, or what we would call fascia in the theater industry, was all really, really secondhand thought. So like I'm putting all these beams in to make it sort of look like an actual structure. All super after the fact. And then I have these sections that are just completely exposed still. How's this fuel tank doing? I haven't flushed this in a long time. Look, it's empty. How about that? Interesting. I've learned a lot during this playthrough. I've used a lot more features that the game had to offer. Like conveyor hangers and things like that I can run stuff from the ceiling. Utilizing actual lights, not just being completely reliant on like a flashlight or whatever. I was going to say, I think there's a door over here. You definitely don't want to walk out this door without a parachute or a hover pack. But like using the conveyor elevators was a whole new thing for me. What's really funny is I was trying to do as little spaghetti as possible. And I still ended up with a considerable amount of spaghetti. I think unless I did do a straight-on grid out into the forever, I think spaghetti is inevitable to some degree. This is another place I made my version of a elevator out of hypertubes, which is exposed to the world. Other than the fact that there's conveyor belts and beams and stuff running through this, it wouldn't be a bad place to try an actual elevator, I suppose. But like this floor has enough space. But if I drop down and go up a couple floors, this one's almost empty, but even still, that constructor there is in, or assembler, whatever it is in the ceiling. Bunch of this stuff is in the ceiling. Also, a bunch of this stuff isn't going anywhere, which is interesting. I have nothing going to the elevator right now at all. This floor is still very empty. You can see an indicator from the manufacturer downstairs sticking through the floor right there. Oh, and every one of these floors is lit. And man, was that a pain in the butt. And then I still have this to do. My giant, ridiculous, floating train station. At some point, I have to figure out a way to make it not look like a giant floating thing. Ideally. And I've got another level up here that still needs structure added to it as well, because this is my main copper production for all of my copper basics. Because I have a literal ass ton of copper. This one miner up top is able to support all of my copper production down below. This miner here runs all of this. All of it. From one miner, and it's not even like running non-stop. I had to rebuild that like 3 times because it was so much. I couldn't have really picked a better place to start. You, sir, I want to give you... Wasn't I holding on to a bunch of coal? Oh, I got rid of it. Okay. I don't really have anything to give you then. More biofuel. The leaves in my chiller are for fabric. Okay, I don't have anything to feed into that right now. How many tickets do you have? Oh, wow, 49. Give me. I can buy everything in the store. So yeah, this is my best bet. The best attempt so far in a survival version of this game at trying to control the infamous spaghetti. Also, I haven't done anything with that platform either. And I'd like to. Lots of aesthetics. I'm very pleased with what I did with the railway. Putting the railway up on risers has really improved the ease with which it is to build it. Because when I tried doing the railway last time, it was an absolute pain in the ass. I was trying to do it all from the ground level. I was trying to wind it through these canyons, and it was just ridiculous. And now it's just pretty. I love the fact that it powers my jetpack. The bauxite's not even going because it's full. Or no, that's Caterium. Bauxite is at the other end of the railway. I was so happy when I finally needed bauxite because it gave me a reason to build trains. And I had actually made a point to get trains early, and then I didn't need them. Because everything I needed was so close to where I chose to build my base. I feel like they updated the water graphic as well. I can't quite decide if the water graphic looks like an improvement or not. The water in general in this game is very well done. Look at the reflections. Oh, and this station also needs to be done. I forgot about this station. Oop! I went too far from the rails. Just about to fall on my ass. So this station at some point needs to be done as well, because right now it's also floating. So that's on the to-do list. The bauxite mines are almost completely full as well. That one's running right now because it just loaded the train, but the other ones were full. But yes, I'm very happy with this playthrough. I'm gonna fall. I'm fine. I'm gonna fall. I'm falling. I fell. And here we are, full circle. And that's something. I'm gonna take another picture. Alrighty, everyone. I think that is gonna do it for tonight. It is officially Friday morning where I am, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Still more I can do this in this game. Don't know if that'll be the next thing I play or if I'll play something else. I know there's more stuff to find out in Blueprints, which I want to find out, but I felt like I needed another break from it. Especially after having technically finished it. Felt like a nice opportunity to take a break from it. So, Satisfactory felt right tonight. So, thank you again for hanging out. My streaming schedule is incredibly erratic. I apologize for that. If you enjoy what I do, please do the whole like, subscribe, follow thing. You'll get notifications when I go live. I do tend to do a variety of things, and I'm very much a solo player. So you'll find me in all kinds of simulator games, racing games. I do a little bit of shooters because I'm not very good at them, and it's hilarious to watch me fail at them. Recently played through Portal 1, and I've been meaning to go back and do Portal 2. Did a little bit of Destiny, the original Destiny, which surprisingly, either I'm not as bad at as I expected or the game is more forgiving, and I'm not sure which I think it is. I also like to do some nostalgia gaming from time to time, so I like to play old games. So think like SimCity 4 and old Need for Speed games, things like that. I even have Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and some other things. At any rate, thank you for hanging out, and hopefully I will see you next time. So until then, have a great night.
go. Got a bunch of wires.
We could have a picnic and spit watermelon seeds at Jupiter.
Ramen raft. Ramen raft. Ramen raft. What's up? How you doing, buddy? What's going on? How was your stream tonight? What are you doing? Thanks for coming in to say hello. Thank you for bringing yourself and your community over here. What were you streaming? What were you doing? I need cables. Welcome to my little slice of insanity.
Love it.
Same thing. This is my first time. This is my first time. I'm learning as I go. Oh no, I'm out of wire. What? For the first time in a long time, I'm out of something. Ooh, right? It doesn't get much better than this. I'm working on figuring some stuff out with the old, where is this going? What are we making here? Oh, I need these cables. I need the cables to stockpile for